Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the counter, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. Remack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it's my honor and privilege to introduce my husband, Dr. Geza Remack, as Doctor of the Day. Dr. Remack graduated from St. George Medical University, first of class in Szeged, Hungary, in September of 1976. He taught internal medicine and gastroenterology as an associate professor at the University Medical School for 12 years in Hungary. He did medical research in Finland, London, and Paris. Dr. Remack was invited to participate in NIH research project at the University of Colorado Health Science Center in 1988. He repeated his internal medicine residency in New York and gastroenterology fellowship in New Orleans at LSU to become a U.S. board certified physician. He worked as a solo practitioner in Holly Springs and joined the Memphis-based Gastro One group in 2005. He retired from the group in December last year and currently serves as my personal assistant besides working part-time at Oxford Baptist Hospital. Please welcome Dr. Remack, who brings his medical expertise to help the political leaders of the great state of Mississippi. And if you're having
Welcome, Dr. Remack. Good to have you here. Thank you for being here. Head page Ben Adams will introduce our pages for the week. Y'all give the gentleman your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we have two hard-working pages. They are Leah Brandon from Flowood and Kennedy Steed from Madison. Thank y'all.
All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules, to introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, if you'll direct your attention, along with Representative Jill Ford and Senator Blackman.
Let's have order. He's introducing a special guest. Thank you.
We are commending and congratulating the 2023-24 St. Andrews Saints boys soccer team. We have head coach Perry Goldberry and assistant coach Greg Bayan on winning the 2024 Class 1 MHSAA Championship for the Divisions 1 through 3A. So let's all give them a round of applause.
Congratulations on a great season. You represent your school and community very well. We commend you for it. Thank you for being here at the Capitol today. Congratulations.
And next up on the South Gallery, along with Jill Ford, we have the Madison Central Jaguars tennis team with head coach Brad Boatler, and we are commending them on winning the 2024 7A MHSAA Championship, as well as the 7A Girls Singles, Boys Singles, and Boys Doubles Championship. So let's all give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, coach, team. You got a good-looking group. Y'all had a great year. Congratulations. It looks like y'all have a good PR person down there on the end, too, taking these pics. All right, gentlemen, you're recognized for further introduction.
All right, so we have in the South Gallery again, we're commending the Hair for Her Day in Mississippi, and which we observe on April the 20th, 2024, and we have Gracie Bassett. She is the Miss Madison County and will be competing in the Miss Mississippi this June. So let's all give her a round of applause.
Congratulations, Gracie. Good to have you here with us today. Congrats. All right, we will go to the calendar. Chairman of Appropriations, wish to take up any items? He's not moving. He passes, I guess. Chairman of Ways and Means?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would go to item 2 and take up that conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report, gentlemen.
House Bill 1417, this is essentially the House language where we moved by just a few miles the mileage requirement for the healthcare industry zone. We basically expanded that radius for the location of a facility down on the coast, and that's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final
He
passage.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
I'd move to item 4, House Bill 1647. I'd move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1647 conference report is to recommit. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
The next item we take up is item 5, House Bill 1660, and I'd also move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1660 conference report is to recommit. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
The next one we would take up was, we'd skip down to item 11, Senate Bill 2298, and I'd move to adopt the conference report, but I'll explain it if I'm recognized.
You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the report.
This is the state bond attorney pay alignment bill that we had. There was a compromise between the House and the Senate, and we increased the limits from 500 to 1,000. That's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 1 nay, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
The next item we would take up would be down at 14. I see the gentleman from Jackson in the back enjoying his coffee. I don't know if he wants to take up his bills now, but we would like to go ahead and knock these out. Gentlemen,
Now would be the time, gentlemen.
would you like to take up your bills, gentlemen? I'll go ahead and handle one for him, Mr. Speaker. 14, Senate Bill 2801. If I'm recognized to explain that one, this one won't take long.
You're recognized to explain the report.
This is the tag bill. This is, ladies and gentlemen, you got with the gentleman from Jackson throughout the session, and this is the final report on the car tags. And that's what it is. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to go to that next item, which is item 15, Senate Bill 2803.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the annual qualified resort bill that we take up. We took everybody's request, double-check it, and hopefully it has everybody's request in it. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Does this new definition change any existing resort statuses?
No, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage, Mr.
He
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 7 nays, the report is adopted. Ways and Means, yields. All right, we are down to in-conference general bills. Any chairman have an item they wish to take up? Let's go. Gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I have a request for unanimous consent
State your request.
to correct an ambiguity on the rule suspension from yesterday about an ending time on sine die. Change it from 12 midnight to 11:59 p.m.
Gentleman is requesting unanimous consent to change the time on the sine die resolution from yesterday on the HCR from 12 o'clock midnight to 11:59 p.m. on the 14th. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request,
State your request.
change the vote.
Okay, 1 second. Let me be sure I don't have an objection on this unanimous consent. Is there objection on the unanimous consent to change the time 1 minute? All right. Thank you. We will proceed with that. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, gentleman from Hines, I'm sorry. You're recognized.
I'd like to change my decimate's vote from Indianola from the last bill we voted on from yes to present.
Which decimate?
Anthony.
From yes to present. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right. Recognize the gentleman from Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 30, Senate Bill 2648.
You're recognized to explain the report.
This is the Oyster lease program that we passed last year. We made a couple of changes in conference to the procurement law and the qualification of bidders. That's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move adoption.
Move adoption.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I have on this item unanimous consent of the House is requested to make the following changes to the conference report for Senate Bill 2648.
That's the report we just adopted, gentlemen. What are those changes?
We're asking for immediate release upon passage. The change is effective from July 1, 2024 to upon passage.
All right, by way of explanation, the unanimous consent changes the gentleman is asking to make are actually the changes we made in the bill we've already sent to the governor that I believe he has signed. This happened to have those same code sections, and they didn't pick up those changes that we've already voted on and passed in the other bill. So he's asking for these changes about the date and the May. Is there objection to those changes to conform to the bill we've already passed? All right, hearing none, we will follow that procedure. All right. Any chairman have a report they wish to take up? Please come forward. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Speaker, I need to ask to recommit House Bill 1025 for further work, please.
What item is that, lady?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's going to take item 6. General bills.
All right. Item 6, House Bill 1025. Lady's motion on the conference report is to recommit. If you favor the lady's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Lady from Forest, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 35 on the in-conference general bill calendar, Senate Bill 2823, and move to recommit.
Lady's motion on Senate Bill 2823 conference report is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anyone else have an item they wish to take up? Chairman of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 23, House Bill 1681. Move to adopt.
You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, the word Yapora is misspelled on line 92. Need to correct that if it's possible.
Is there objection to correction on the misspelling? I don't hear any, gentlemen. We'll proceed with that.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our sort of our omnibus bill on memorial highways. We've went through pretty much every one of them other than one. It was a sort of a late addition, and that is for a fallen police officer, Deputy Jerry Malone in Greene County, and the road from Rocky Creek Road in George County. And George County would be named after the deputy who lost his life in the line of service. That's the explanation of my bill. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing it to us. All right. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Bell.
Mr. Speaker, request.
State your request.
Hold Senate Bill 2717 on a motion. It's not on the calendar.
Is that from yes?
Yes, sir.
from yesterday's calendar, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Please notify the chairman. All right, any chairman have any other item they wish to take up at this time? Chairman, local and private. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, Senate Bill 3215. Call the bill up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just allowing Lafayette County to provide funding to the Oxford Lafayette Economic Development Foundation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I'd like to go to Senate Bill 3216. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This is a hotel, motel, and restaurant tax for the town of Walnut. It's 3% across the board. And there is a direct referendum.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I'd like to go to item number 6, Senate Bill 3221. Call it up, make usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This is a hotel, motel, and restaurant tax for the city of Ridgeland. It's 1% on restaurants and 2% on hotel, motel. And again, it does have a referendum.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Go to item number 7, Senate Bill 3230. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
This one's allowing a block of county somewhere up in the north part of the state to make a contribution to the Northeast Mississippi Community Services. The amount is limited to $150,000 each.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the vote.
Yes, sir.
On House Bill 1722, I would like to have Representative Johnson, the gentleman from Adams, the gentleman from Jefferson, the gentleman from Hines, and the gentleman from Washington voted aye.
That's your entire row, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Voted aye. We didn't vote at all. Voted aye.
You didn't vote at all. We'll record it as a yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
To the vote on item 6, Senate Bill 3221, I'd like to ask for the other gentleman from Rankin and myself and the gentleman from wherever he's from, Winona, Grenada, to vote aye on item number 6. We did not vote.
We'll record those 3 votes as yes. Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman of Rules has some items he'd like to take up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to call up in block. So let's go to item number 7, SCR 539, item 8, SCR 540, item 9, SCR 545, item 10, SCR 546, and item 11, SCR 547. And I want to call those up.
Is there objection to calling these 5 up in block? Senate concurrent resolutions. Items 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, may ought to know this. I don't know. On item 10, SCR 546, would you tell me what remand day is?
Yes, sir. That is short for remanufactured. Remanufacturing heavy equipment, like Caterpillar type equipment.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm with you, gentleman from Lawrence. I didn't know either.
So I didn't know if it had anything to do with trans or something.
All right. I don't see any further questions on this block vote. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 128, 0 nays. The resolutions are adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item 4, H.R. 148, item 5, H.R. 151, and item 6, H.R. 152, and call those up in block.
Items 4, 5, and 6, House resolutions. Gentlemen's request is to call those up in block. Anyone wish to have one set aside? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves adoption of the resolutions. If you favor these 3 resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are adopted. Anything further?
I yield.
He yields the floor. All right, I believe that concludes our morning work. I suspect after lunch we will start taking up lots of bills. At least that's my understanding. Any announcements before we recess until 1:30? I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand in recess until 1:30. Let the House come back to order. I recognize the gentleman from Jackson, Chairman of Appropriations. I believe he has a few Appropriations conference reports he needs to recommit.
Yes, sir, I do. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the appropriation calendar number 15, item number 15, House Bill 1791. I recognize the gentleman from the Shelby to explain the conference report.
We're not going to recommit it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, item number 15 on the appropriations calendar, 1791, I move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1791 conference report is to recommit. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Next item on the for recommittal will be item number 58, Senate Bill 3012. I recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Chairman of Appropriations, to explain.
Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriation IHL of Mississippi State University College of Veterinary Medicine, and Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit this bill.
Gentleman's motion on Senate Bill 3012 is conference report is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 66. That would be Senate Bill 3020. I move to recommit. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we?
Gentleman's motion on Senate Bill 3020, a conference report, is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 91 and move the recommit. Senate Bill 3048, number 91 on the appropriations calendar. Motion is to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on Senate Bill 3048, conference report, is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to the Appropriations General Bill calendar. At this time, I'd like to recognize a lady from MIT, the Vice Chairman of Appropriations, to explain the next 9 conference reports.
Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, House Bill 1705, and move to recommit.
Ladies' motion is to recommit the conference report on 1705. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 3, House Bill 1706, and move to recommit the conference report.
Ladies' motion on House Bill 1706 is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 4, House Bill number 1707, and move to recommit the conference report.
Ladies' motion on 1707, conference report, is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 5, Senate Bill 2285, and move to recommit the conference report.
Ladies' motion is to recommit Senate Bill 2285. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 6, Senate Bill 2468, and move to recommit the conference report.
Ladies' motion on Senate Bill 2468 is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 7, Senate Bill 2487, and move to recommit.
Ladies' motion is to recommit on 2487. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 8, Senate Bill 2825, and move to recommit.
Ladies' motion on 2825, conference report, is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 9, Senate Bill 2846, and move to recommit.
Ladies, motion on Senate Bill 2846. Conference report is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 10, Senate Bill 2848, and move to recommit.
Ladies, motion on 2848. Conference report is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Appropriations yield.
Gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item 26, Senate Bill 2130, I move to recommit.
General calendar, in conference general calendar. Gentlemen, item 26.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Senate Bill 2130. Gentleman's motion is to recommit the conference report. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any other chairman have an item they wish to take up? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Washington. A gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a first. Good memories. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would help make welcome the sister of one of the young ladies who work in our financial office, Regina Rayner, her sister Sheila Griffin, and her best friend who's visiting Mississippi, Mrs. Terry Davis. Please help them feel welcome in the South Gallery.
Welcome. All right. Any other chairman have an item they wish to take up? Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Chairman of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to the in-conference general bill calendars, number 12, House Bill 1229, and I motion to recommit said bill.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1229, conference report, is to recommit. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir, that's it.
Gentleman from Union, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 2, House Bill 346.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Seizure Safe Schools Act. In conference, the repealer was removed. And this is the bill, y'all may remember, where children can receive a nasal spray that would stop seizures after training's been done by officers and they have consent by their parents. And that's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report?
Final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 3, House Bill 764.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill where we extended the 3-year repealer on the State Department of Health and the State Department of Health Board. Also in conference, we use this as an opportunity to clean up some antiquated language regarding the Department of Health Board. The new language provides that the governor shall ensure that there are always 2 members from the board from each congressional district at the time of the appointment, and he will sign a statement that he has checked the residents. The new language does not change the terms nor make any other change regarding current members or when the governor makes new appointments. We also added some additional language authorizing the State Board of Health and the State Health Officer to have the capacity to study the status of health care in the broadest sense. The study should include challenges such as access to care, cost of care, indigent care, providing health care to the incarcerated ability for health care workers, and basically any concerns in public health. This provision does not grant any additional power to the State Board of Health or state officer to require an entity to operate differently. It's only for information gathering, and that's an explanation of the report.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 8, House Bill 1137.
You're recognized to explain the report.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Hines to explain the report, please.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I have before you today House Bill 1137. This is a bill that we passed unanimously, and we have a conference report on it. And what this bill did is it allowed community organizations to be able to receive opioid antagonists. So what we did in conference is we expanded that a little bit further to now include high-risk populations. So we call this high-risk opioid overdose touch points, which means a healthcare entity, public health program, criminal justice system, or hospitality industry that may interact with an individual that is considered high risk or experiencing or witnessing an opioid overdose, or deliver harm reduction services, or engage in treatment of substance use disorders. So this doesn't change anything in the bill, but it makes the bill just a little bit better. And that is my explanation, and I yield for any questions.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen. You move adoption?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 21, House Bill 1640.
You're recognized to explain the report, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our mental health bill. It is virtually the same bill that was explained earlier in the session, where we moved the screening to the very first of the process. It also requires CMHCs to report quarterly to the supervisors. It addresses jail terms that a person, after all other resources has been exhausted, jail can only be used for 24 hours and they have to be placed. The commitment hearing process was changed from 7 to 10 days to 3 to 5 days. Transportation is the county's responsibility, and they can cross county lines to find adequate facilities. And the only thing that was added was the conservatorship process, in that during the evaluation, the professional making the evaluation can also sign off for conservatorship, which would make that process more efficient. Open for any questions.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Is there any type of mechanism put in place? You know, as we go through the summer, usually when it gets to 100 degrees, this type of situation picks up, where a lot of mental patients have not went in to see their caseworker and off their medication. So is there any type of tracking device to make sure that they're going in to see their caseworker?
There is not any trackings per se in this bill. While they're in custody, the CMHCs do administer medication, and there are follow-ups through the CMHC programs, but after a certain period, they are on their own. But that's very important.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final adoption.
He moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 122 yeas, 0 nays. The report's adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 22, House Bill 1676.
You're recognized to explain the report.
I would like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain the report, please.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain this report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Mississippi Toxicating Hemp Regulation Act that we passed earlier in the session. And there are basically three things that really make this bill work. One, intoxicating hemp product means a finished product intended for human or animal consumption containing any hemp, including naturally occurring cannabinoids, compounds, extracts, isolates, or resins that contain greater than 5 milligrams of total THC per container. So anything greater than 5 milligrams of total THC per container is intoxicating hemp. Secondly, total THC is defined as this: any and all forms of tetrahydrocannabinol that are contained naturally in a cannabis plant, as well as synthesized forms of THC and derived variations, derivatives, isomers, allotropes that have similar molecular physiological characteristics of tetrahydrocannabinol, including but not limited to THCA, THC delta 9, THC delta 8, THC delta 10, and THC delta 6. So all of these derivatives are part of the cannabis plant, if you will, or the hemp plant, same kind of plant. And in the 2018 Farm Bill, only delta 9 THC was differentiated out as to say this, you have to have less than 0.3% of that. But all of these others are intoxicating and currently being sold in our gas stations to our kids, and they're not tested. And this bill would require them to be tested, require them to be sold in a medical cannabis dispensary. This bill also fixes a problem that we have with our Mississippi Medical Cannabis Equivalency Unit. Back when we passed the Medical Cannabis Act, we used Missouri's Medical Cannabis Unit, which said 3.5 grams of flour equals 1 gram of concentrate equals 100 milligrams of a THC-infused product. And the problem is Missouri's Medical Cannabis Unit turned out to be flawed, and there was more THC in the flour than there was in the concentrate, and more than there was in the edible. And so we changed it. Rather than say 3.5 equals 1 equals 100 milligrams, we're saying 1 gram of THC in flour equals 1 gram of THC in concentrates equals 1 gram of THC in an edible, so that it's the same. So we lowered the flour. We were pushing people to smoke because it was more potent. We lowered the flour just a little bit from 1.05 to 1 gram, and then we raised up the concentrate and raised up the edible. That's my explanation of the bill. Happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield, my good friend.
I do.
We are always on the same side sometimes.
Always sometimes.
Always sometimes. I think you have an excellent piece of legislation here without closing the CBD store. So if this goes into effect, this bill essentially kills economic prosperity for our small CBD stores. Am I correct?
Well, every CBD store will still be able to sell every kind of CBD.
Again, will this piece of legislation kill our CBD stores? Let me put it this way.
There will be
what type of requirement are these new?
There will be products that they are no longer able to sell because they are not CBD. They could convert to a medical cannabis dispensary as long as they met all the other requirements. But they would not be able to sell those things that are considered intoxicating, more than 5 milligrams of THC.
Right. So in those small businesses that may not want to convert to a medical cannabis store, what happens to them?
Well, if they don't want to convert to a medical cannabis store, then they're going to be selling those products that contain less than 5 milligrams of total THC.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
I yield. I'm going to let you ask all the questions that you want.
We okay, buddy. when you started having this conversation, you were talking about removing these products from out of gas stations and convenience stores, so children would not have anyone under 21 would not be able to get those products. Does this bill fix that?
This bill puts them in the dispensaries, and you have to be 21 to go into dispensaries.
So will the gas stations still be allowed to sell these products?
The gas stations could sell anything with less than 5 milligrams of total THC.
So, if I recall correctly, and my mind is not as sharp as it used to be, you presented to us that you wanted to do away with those products being, any of those products being in gas stations.
Well, this is the amount, that was made legal by the 2018 Farm Bill. So we just drew a line. The line they chose was 0.3% THC. Anything less than that was hemp. Anything more than that was marijuana.
So
we changed that to 5 milligrams total THC, so that it would include THCA and Delta 6 and Delta 8 and Delta 10 and all of those things. And there's a way to extract tiny amounts of THC from the hemp plant. So if you get enough hemp plants in the room, the more hemp plants you get a tiny amount of THC from each one, and then they're making products out of that. And so they exploited a loophole, and so what we're trying to do is to kind of fix that.
Okay, so we didn't fix the gas station situation.
Well, we moved the intoxicating part out. Yeah.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
I do.
It dawns on me, who is going to regulate this? Do we have a group of a department or something that's going to regulate the strength of these products?
We do.
That's in the dispensaries, all the gas stations?
Yes, sir.
What do we have, officers?
We have the Department of Health and the Department of Revenue, and they're going to be regulating just like they regulate the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Program. Department of Public Safety will run background checks on those who are employed by that, and so in conjunction with, one of the reasons this bill is so big is we had to make it conform so that they could regulate the intoxicating hemp the same way they regulate the medical cannabis.
Is there a fine structure, incarceration structure involved in this bill as well?
It is similar.
Pardon me?
It is similar. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
I do.
How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing okay. Ready to go home.
Gentlemen, without trying to reopen this entire bill, and my memory sometimes fails when I'm getting a little older, was this bill initially purported to actually be that it was unregulated for these gas stations to have these products, and therefore it was harmful for the public? I remember that being your argument.
That's right, because when they were tested, they contained more than the allowable amount of THC. Some of them tested too high for pesticides, and most of them were not labeled truthfully. And there's an article, I've got it here with me. Let's see. I wanted to tell you about the testing. It says when law enforcement undercover agents purchased 25 of these products that were sent to the University of Mississippi researchers for analysis, the results were alarming. Only 3 products that claimed to contain CBD were within 20% of what the label claimed was in the product. Three products contained Delta 9 THC, predominant intoxicating compound found in cannabis, and 3 products contained no cannabinoid material whatsoever.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the very last part. There's loud
So
chatter.
3 of the products didn't have any cannabinoids in them, but the people thought they were buying them.
So are we regulating the harmful products in this bill, or we're regulating the level of THC by saying that if there's too much THC, there will be competition with our dispensaries?
Well, we're
I'm just
regulating.
trying to get to the real.
Sure. We are regulating what's above 5 milligrams of total THC. That's the definition I read you that includes all of those different variations that contain THC. And so we're moving them from the gas station, getting them to a place where they can be regulated in about 200 dispensaries, and that will grow some over time probably. But we have thousands and thousands of gas stations, and in order to regulate something, you only have so many regulators. And so in order not to have to give the Department of Health 100 or 200 or 300 more pins, we're putting it in a place where they can get their arms around it.
In the most simple terms, this is a dispensary bill to ward off competition with gas stations interfering with their product as far as 5.
I can see how you might see it that way, but that's not my intention.
Okay. Okay. Well, gentlemen, let's hope those intentions remain. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I got a point of order. Joint Rule 25 states that you cannot add code section to a conference report that was not in the bill as it passed the House of Origin.
Bring that forward in writing, gentlemen, please. We'll set the conference report aside. All right. Recognize the gentleman from Pearl River. We'll set that item aside.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item number 1, House Bill 292. My motion is to recommit for further conference.
Item 1 on the in-conference general bills calendar.
Yes, sir.
House Bill 292. Gentleman's motion is to recommit the conference report. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
My next one is item number 13, House Bill 1253. I'd call that bill up.
You're recognized.
My motion is to recommit.
Gentleman's motion is to recommit the conference report on House Bill 1253. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Item number 17, House Bill 1441.
You're recognized.
My motion is to recommit.
Gentleman's motion is to recommit on House Bill 1441 conference report. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Next item is item number 15, House Bill 1323. And I'd like to explain that conference report, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized to explain the report.
This is the statute of limitations bill that we passed unanimously, coming from the gentleman from Hancock. It removes the statute of limitations for crimes, sexual crimes against vulnerable adults, and that is an explanation of the conference report, and I'd move for passage.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen. He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 120 yeas, 0 nays. So the report's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen? He yields. Any other chairman have an item they wish to take up? Gentleman from Jackson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'd like to go to item number 9, House Bill 1161 on the in-conference general bill calendar.
You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the conference report is pretty much similar to the way it passed the House. The Senate rescinded from its amendment, which was a reverse repealer, and we went back to the original House position, which would allow any city located in a county that is dry to have a vote to prohibit or allow the sale of alcoholic beverages.
Questions on the report? Is that complete your explanation, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't the one where everybody goes wet and you have to opt out to be dry, or you have to?
It is not.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves adoption of the report. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 102 yeas, 9 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the next item I would like to go to is item number 16, House Bill 1357.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the conference report contains the language that we originally had concerning the Department of Agriculture, whereby any and all revenue received from the commissioner must be appropriated by the legislature. The language that we did add, members of the House, in conference was that we made or mandated that any request by the commissioner to try to get revenue from naming rights of buildings must be approved by DFA. That's an explanation of the conference report.
Gentleman from DeSoto, did you have a question? I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted.
One more, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the next item is item number 29, Senate Bill 2405.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Members of the House, this is the permit bill. As you know, a business or an individual can have only one permit for a retail liquor license. This will increase it to 2 for a location in the 3 southern counties, with a capital expenditure investment of a minimum amount of $20 million. As a matter of full disclosure, there's a location in South Mississippi that Costco would like to develop, and this will allow them to do so. That's
questions on the report. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Would you yield, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
I can't have here, but did I understand you to say that this only involves the 3 coastal counties?
This location is only in the 3 coastal counties. That's correct.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is this an economic development project for the 3 coastal counties?
We hope so.
You plan on doing one for City of Jackson?
We're going to help not only the City of Jackson, but West and South Jackson.
No, that's part of the City of Jackson.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 102 yeas, 7 nays, the report's adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
One last item, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Item number 10, House Bill 1190, move to recommit.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 1190. Conference report is to recommit. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Chair will speak to the gentleman from Holmes's point of order on House Bill 1676, adding at least 6 code sections. It's a violation of Joint Rule 25, therefore the point of order is well taken. By rule, the conference report is immediately sent back to conference. No need for a motion to recommit. Point of order is well taken. Any other chairman have an item they wish to take up before we recess? Gentleman from Octave Hall, come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could go to the in-conference general bill calendar number 4, House Bill number 765. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mississippi Teacher Shortage Act. This merely extends a repealer on it, and that's basically what it does, nothing more. Willing to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Would a gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, does this bill, I know you said just ask repeal, does it add any money to the bill?
No, sir, it's the same amount it was
Does it
last
do
year.
anything with charter schools in the bill?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
So to adopt the conference report.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could go to number 28, Senate Bill number 2232, bring up the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Newton Municipal School District require election of the Board of Trustees by population of the school district. Everybody that is involved with this school district has asked for this. I've not heard no person that's against this. This is all this does is for this particular school district, and that's my explanation of the conference report. We're willing to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the report? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move adoption of the conference report.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if we go to number 32 on the general bill calendar conference, Senate Bill number 2695.
You're recognized to explain the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the driver's education revised certain provisions related to. This is basically requiring driver's education in our schools. This is something that was asked for by our friends over at DH, and that is what this does. Nothing more.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Does this bill have any money for it? Because that's been a problem with driver's education across the state, that some school districts don't have the funding to.
This particular bill has no money attached to it.
Is there any appropriations for that, for this, though?
It's in the DPS appropriation, is what I'm being told.
Well, every school district will get some funding for this program?
Since it's required, it's going to be in their formula as it goes through, so it's kind of attached in the whole formula program.
So the increase will have that,
Yes, sir.
the district will have that in there?
It's supposed to, and I'll check on it, make sure I get further explanation of that for you as well.
Now, do driver's education, since it's going to be instituted in every school district, who's going to teach it?
A teacher that's qualified to do well, back in the old days, it used to be our coaches, if you'll remember, but I think that we're going to have some more qualifications to make sure that it's plugged in.
The reason I asked, gentlemen, because there was a bill previously that said that the Department of Public Safety will have someone teach driver's education. Is that still?
This is going to be combination of them coming in and helping the teachers teach this. In other words, they're going to coordinate with that. However, they're not actually, DPS is not actually teaching it. The police interaction component of it.
When you say, are you saying local police or state police?
DPS.
DPS?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
You might have answered it. We couldn't hear his mic real good. Who is paying for this? I know they have different machines they teach driver's ed with. So did you answer that, or who is paying for the equipment to teach driver's ed?
MDE will, it comes through the same funding sources that all classes are taught for, so it's going to go through MDE.
Thank you. Guess I got the money.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, conference report.
He moves adoption of the report. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the report's adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
That's all for the moment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other chairman before we recess? All right, I don't see anyone seeking recognition. I'll entertain the gentleman from Rankin's motion to recess subject to call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll move that the House stand in recess subject to call.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess subject to call of the chair. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The House stand in recess subject to call.
clerk.
Chairman have any other item they wish to take up, any report today? Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
Senate Bill 2873. General?
36, item 36.
Item 36, Senate Bill 2873. Call up the conference report.
Gentleman's on the general calendar in conference. Item 36, Senate Bill 2873. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a medical records bill that requires hospital records, dental records, physician practice records to be kept for 10 years, graphic matter x-rays for 3 years when dealing with unemancipated minors, and all of these provided to a parent or guardian upon request. And that's my explanation of the bill. Medical records retention for unemancipated minors.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Is this a change in law? Is this a reduction in time or an addition in time or what? Retention time I'm talking about, of course.
I think it is, do I have counsel? I think it is just setting in the code what the time limit is, that they have to keep it up until 10 years. And there was some confusion as to whether or not these medical records could be given to parents of unemancipated minors without their permission, and this would allow parents to have access to those records.
So the purpose of this bill was, in fact, to allow parents to have unfettered access to their children's medical records.
I think that's accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Rankin, did you have an item that you needed to recommit? He's got it. Very good. All right. I think this concludes our business for the day. Announcements by the clerk's office? No announcements. Announcements by the members? Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on number 32, Senate Bill 2695, under in-conference general bills, from yes to no.
Is there objection? Hearing none, change the lady's vote. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Oh, Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce, immediately upon recess, a meeting of the House Democratic Caucus and Ways and Means, immediately upon adjournment, I mean.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not vote on House Bill 765, and I would like to have my vote recorded as a yay, please.
House Bill 765.
Yes.
Record the gentleman's vote as a yes. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion. But before I put the motion, let me remind the body, we will begin in the morning taking up appropriations bills. Most of those have been filed, and you see them on your calendar. They were filed last night and even laying over today. I think they've recommitted a few that will be refiled tonight, but we will start in the morning and start working on those. So wear your work clothes. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until after the last conference report has been filed, at which time the Journal will reflect that the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is that the journals remain open until the last conference report is filed, and then the House stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until 9 a.m.